All right, everyone. Good afternoon, members. I call Committee of the Whole on Bill number 3, the Budget Implementation Act to order. Good afternoon, members. Okay, hopefully we won't have that echo again. There we go. We are on Clause 2. Shall Clause 2 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 4 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 5 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 6 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 7 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 8 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 9 pass? On Clause 9, the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, and I have a couple questions specific to Clause 9, and then I'll also have some general questions to the Minister around just the overall NISCA package. Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, well, they're all, so the sections we just kind of went through dealt with NISCA as well, and so my thought was I would just ask general broad questions around the overall NISCA clauses, and then so in terms of Clause 9 specifically, though, in this regard, it appears that this is just extending the period for phasing and rate changes for specified improvements or rights away from 3 years to 5 years. I'm just wondering what the actual goal of the change is.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to bring in the new people. Steve Hawkshaw is our Executive Director for Tax Policy. Shauna Sunder, met her yet. Shauna Sunder is the Director of Property Tax. Andrew Avis is the ED for Tax Policy. Rob Fraser is the ED for Tax Policy. And Andrea Kyle is the Director of Indigenous Tax. Okay, so this is for linear properties that are valued annually through a regulation that's approved by the BC Assessment Board of Directors based on industry costing manuals that calculate average current building replacement costs. It's not based on market values. Updating the costing manuals for linear properties can result in significant valuation increases for certain industries. The increase from 3 to 5 years is just for phasing in these changes, and it provides BC Assessment with more flexibility to implement larger increases in assessed values when costing models are updated.
Member.
Thank you. And is any of the rationale for the change because of expected tax increases that might be related to any specific projects? And if so, what would those projects be?
Minister.
No, it's not related to any project specifically.
Member.
And I'm just wondering, as I mentioned when we got to these sections, I mean, there's a large portion of the bill and it's weaved through with a lot of the changes to the taxation acts relating to the Nisga'a lands. Could the minister maybe just give a broad overview of what the general intent of the overall sections were, just so the public at home kind of gets that broader sense of what actually is being accomplished by these changes? Yeah, my thought was, just in the interest of time, if we cover things in a more broad sense, I don't want to have to burden the minister by going clause by clause by clause on and asking the same question. So if it's just that kind of overview of what the government's trying to achieve in partnership with the Nisga'a with these tax changes and how it might in fact impact people living within those areas, both First Nations and non-Indigenous as well, within the lands of the areas covered.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this bill, it introduces new legislative framework that'll broadly enable modern treaty nations to self-determine their own approaches to assessment and property taxation on their respective Nisga'a lands and treaty lands. So effective as of the 2025 taxation year, the province will fully withdraw from property taxation on Nisga'a lands and the treaty lands of a treaty First Nation, and will no longer impose a requirement for property taxation to apply. The new legislative framework will enable modern treaty nations to determine if or when it is appropriate for property tax to apply on their Nisga'a lands or treaty lands, as the case may be, including whether and how to exercise their own assessment and property taxation laws and policies. This puts exclusive decision-making for most property interests on Nisga'a lands and treaty lands into the hands of modern treaty nations, enabling them to design approaches that best reflect their unique circumstances. And these measures, they were developed collaboratively with all of the modern treaty nation partners and with First Nations who are advanced in the BC treaty negotiation process. And experience recognizes that a modern treaty nation's property tax system between the modern treaty nations and their taxpayers is that the modern treaty nations will continue to have the same treaty obligations to consult with non-members on decisions that directly and significantly affect them. So it's anticipated that modern treaty nations will continue to consider the interests of their non-member taxpayers in any taxation decision that impacts them.
Member.
Thank you. So now my experience in the Kamloops area, and obviously Kamloops is not a treaty nation, but they do have subdivisions that they've come up with development agreements where they have property taxation to people that have 99-year lease households. And they, by way of that development, had, my understanding of the agreement was that they guaranteed that they would create the same mill rate as whatever the city of Kamloops has for mill rate. So that's gives assurance to the landowners kind of what the reasonable fluctuation of mill rates and property taxation would be. But we have a lot of people that live over in that housing. It's brand new subdivision on a golf course. It's beautiful housing. But a lot of people are always surprised when they move over that they don't have the ability to actually vote, and so they're paying property tax at a local level to the band, but they don't have the ability to obviously vote in band elections, nor would they anywhere else in the province. So I understand all that, and based on the minister's previous answer in terms of a duty or an expectation to still talk with and engage with non-voting people within the treaty land areas, I'm assuming then there's no change to someone's ability to then vote. You'd have to be considered a band member, a community member of the treaty area to be able to vote for that local taxing authority, board or council, whatever the phrase they may use in any given area. And so none of that will change with this. People would still be obviously able to vote provincially and federally, but they would not have that local, what would normally be characterized as a local government vote over local government taxation provisions.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's not going to change.
Member.
Thank you. And then another area of discussion that always comes up is things around school taxation or hospital board taxations, especially, I know the minister's from an area as well that has hospital boards. It's not like the Lower Mainland, the TransLink areas. We both live in those realities. But again, there's discussion always around, especially when you have neighboring communities, one that would be on treaty lands area and one in non-treaty, a more conventional municipality type situation, both using the same hospitals, both using the same schools for the most part. I recognize there is a lot of on reserve or on treaty land schools out there and even health centers, but not full-fledged big hospitals. Is there any changes in this that would enable that ability for those residents to be captured within a mill rate structure similar to what you would see in a Kamloops or a Cranbrook or anything like that in terms of hospital taxation to the local hospital board for hospital capital or for school taxes?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the new framework doesn't change anything.
Member.
Thank you. And again, just more for clarification for the general public out there, because these are all questions we receive from time to time. Just for the Chair and the Minister's information, my next question will actually be not until clause 43, so I'm not sure if you want to move anything as a block or not. But.
I sure would. Shall clause 9 pass? Are we not on clause 9? All right, sorry for that. Clarity, shall clause 9 to clause 43 pass? Aye. Or sorry, so, till 42. So shall clause 9 till 42 pass? Aye. So ordered. On clause 43. Member.
Thank you. And see, let the record show I don't always drag things out. So there you go. Yes. Yeah. Remember that in estimates. Yeah. So just to clarify in clause 43, this appears to be where the tax rate changes from 2.925% to 5.85% on income over $1 million and below $1.5 million. So before this change, people in that $1 million to $1.5 million payroll, the employer's health tax would have been paying 2.925%. Just confirming with the minister, that rate has now doubled to 5.85%.
Minister.
Yes, that's correct.
Shall clause 43 till 75 pass? So ordered. On clause 76. Member.
Thank you, and I know the minister.
Sorry, apologies, member. There was an amendment.
Oh, right.
So could we do clause 43 to 73? Shall clause 43 till 73 pass? So ordered. On clause 74, the minister has moved, and does she need to move the amendment first? Minister.
Yeah. Honourable Chair, I move the amendment to clause 74, standing my name on the orders of the day.
Thank you. The minister has moved an amendment, notice for which has been provided, and the text of the amendment is printed on the order paper. Before the chair determines whether the proposed amendment is in order, does the minister wish to speak to the proposed amendment? Minister.
Thank you, Chair. This amendment is intended to remove a typographic error referencing subsection parentheses 2 twice in the amendment to section 8.1 of the Income Tax Act made by clause 74 of this bill.
Thank you, Minister. I've reviewed the proposed amendment, and the proposed amendment is in order. For clarity, before I recognize other members to speak, I wish to remind all members that all remarks, including questions and answers, must be strictly relevant to the amendment and what the amendment proposes to do. Members may speak more than once, provided that the remarks remain relevant. Members may also choose not to speak to the proposed amendment. I now invite any members who wish to speak to the proposed amendment to have that opportunity at this time. Seeing no speakers, shall the amendment pass? So ordered. Shall clause 74 as amended pass? So ordered. Shall clause 75 pass? So ordered. On clause 76, member.
Thank you. So clause 76, it seems like this is the temporary increase to payments under the BC Family Benefit from July 2024 to June 2025. That does seem to increase in a 25% increase to both the annual benefit amounts, but also to the income thresholds used to determine eligibility for the BC Family Benefit. Can the minister confirm if there's been a change, either positively or negatively, to the income thresholds under this clause?
Minister.
Chair, I just want to add, to introduce some staff that have come to. David Stinton is the Director of the Division of Income Tax. Grace Montemuro is the Strategic Advisor, and Mark Guntner is the Director of Income Tax. And the member is correct. Yes, that is correct.
Member.
Thank you. So how much did the income thresholds increase to qualify then for the benefits?
Minister.
The amount is 25%.
Member.
Well, I thank the minister for clarifying it's 25%, but what's the actual dollar figure for the household income that's changed then for the thresholds?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the payment amounts change depending on how many kids you have, but the income thresholds are temporarily increased to $35,902 for the first one and $114,887 for the second calculation.
Member. So if you made 25% less, you would have had to make 25% less than $114,000 the previous year to have qualified at the same level. Again, we're trying to figure out the threshold. Are less governments are always great at saying how we have a new program and all this extra money coming in, but if the income thresholds have gone up by 25%, somebody that would have been making $100,000 last year someone that was making $100,000 last year may not qualify for the same type this year because their income didn't go up by 25%, but the thresholds did. But did the 25% increase to the payment actually go up at the same slope, if that makes any sense? In other words, I'm not sure if the ministers and her staff are getting what I'm saying, but if you used to qualify for a certain amount of money at $100,000, even though the income threshold's gone up by 25%, has that sliding scale of the benefit increasing 25% made you net more positive or not with these changes?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the changes are made so that more people will qualify, and also everybody would get an increased amount.
Shall clause 76 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 77 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 78 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 79 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 80 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 81 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 82 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 83 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 84 pass? Or on Clause 84, member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm going to give a little bit of a preamble to this next set of questions, as it directly relates to my riding, to my hometown, and obviously to the Okanagan as a whole. As we know, the animation industry has seen phenomenal growth in British Columbia in the last 2 decades. And I'm going to read briefly. The minister would have received this information as well. But this is actually from Ashley Ramsey, who's a fierce advocate of the tech industry and animation industry, as well as one of the few females in those industries. But she writes, the provincial tax credits have been a key factor in growing the industry and growing tax revenues from the thousands of artists that have moved to BC because of the strength of our industry. The regional and distant location tax credit has directly enabled growth of the animation industry outside of Vancouver, with studios on Vancouver Island and Kelowna bringing brick and mortar animation production studios and recruiting talent, often at higher costs in relocation and contract lengths in those regional and distant locations. Now, with the animation industry down as a whole by almost 30%, thanks to COVID and then a lovely strike, this regional and distant tax credit has become even more crucial to preserving the viability of our industry in these regions. My first question to the minister through the chair is, who was consulted on the removal of this tax credit?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So governments don't consult on changes to taxes. Otherwise, people would get insider information. It's part of budget secrecy, and this has always been the case for all budgets for all governments.
Member.
Thank you so much, Chair. Understanding that it wasn't consulted outside of government, was any other ministry consulted as to what the impacts or potential impacts of this tax credit removal would be?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and it's no for the same reason.
Member.
So could the minister explain the rationale behind the specific date change in the clause regarding the regional and distant location tax credit? And given the significant role that this tax credit plays in supporting brick and mortar animation studios in Kelowna, how did the minister come to her conclusion?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the changes were made to realign the use of the credits with the original policy intent, which is to help Vancouver-based productions offset additional labor costs under union contracts when filming outside of the Vancouver area. The changes also addressed a growing trend of animation companies using the credits to claims for staff who work from home, which was not the intent of the credits. Staff working from home in non-Vancouver locations doesn't result in additional costs for digital animation companies. Further, this trend creates unfair financial advantages for some taxpayers over others, both within the digital animation industry and outside of it. Animation companies will continue to be able to benefit from the basic tax credits for Film Incentive BC and the production services tax credits and the digital animation, visual effects, and post-production, they're called DAVE tax credits, together with available federal tax film credits. These can provide between 53 and 58% of eligible labor costs, which is fairly significant. And as I think the member would know, being a business owner herself, any company that can get up to 58% of their eligible labor costs covered is fairly significant.
Member.
Thank you so much, Chair. Could the minister describe exactly how an animation studio that has a bricks and mortar location in Kelowna would actually be eligible for the tax credits that the minister just went through?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the tax credits for those companies haven't changed at all. So animation studios across the province claim over 150 million in tax credits each year. These credits can cover as much as 51% of labor costs, which is what the provincial government pays. It goes up to 58% with the federal government's contribution, and that's for domestic productions, and 44% for foreign productions. That goes to 53% with the federal contribution. On average, 50 to 20% of productions also claim a regional or distant location tax credit.
Member.
So how would a company that's located and based in Kelowna be eligible for the grants or for the tax credits that the minister just said? The base tax credits only, or the regional ones as well? You're saying the regional ones are being canceled with this clause. So there would just be eligible for the base tax credits?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So they're all eligible for the basic credit, which is 35% for domestic and 28% for non-domestic. Then animation companies are also eligible for the DAVE that I referred to before, the digital animation, visual effects, and post-production, which is 16% for both domestic and non-domestic. And then there's also Film Incentive BC claimants that they may also be able to claim the script writing tax credit and the film training tax credit.
Member.
So when this tax credit was removed, was there analysis done internally to show what the economic impact of the removal of the tax credit would be to studios that are bricks and mortar within the Okanagan?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we can give you like an aggregate level. I can't give you exact for just the Okanagan because the numbers are too small and it would actually, it would reveal tax, it would be an issue with confidentiality for taxpayers. So, so overall, the distant claim, or overall the reduction in tax credits would be about 1%, which is, when you look at the big picture, when you're looking at almost $1 billion in tax credits for the industry, it's about a 1% amount.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the Minister. I understand the Minister's desire to focus on anonymity. And I guess that's my point. This tax credit is, in the words of the Minister, too small to actually talk about just for the Okanagan. But to the Okanagan, that number is massive. That number is massive because it actually contributes to almost 300 jobs being relocated into the Okanagan that were not there before this tax credit existed. Just recently, I had a senior project manager come to my office and request a meeting from Sony, who had been relocated into Kelowna from Los Angeles. He said, I'm advocating here not for my job, because they'll move me wherever they want to move me, but he said, I've built an entire team of animators around my work. I have a bricks and mortar office that we've created. I teach at the college, and I currently mentor 8 animators who will all go without a mentor now if I am relocated. So he asked me to continue to petition government to reconsider on this very small amount of tax credit that actually is a huge amount within the Okanagan that allows and facilitates those jobs to be in the Okanagan rather than in the Lower Mainland. As the Minister indicated, it is only about 10% of all of the animation jobs that are in the Okanagan outside of the Lower Mainland. But given the significant role that this tax credit plays in supporting the bricks and mortar animation studios in Kelowna, how does the Minister justify a change that potentially jeopardizes these hundreds of jobs in our community, especially in a time when the animation studios and industry is facing a 30% downturn?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure where the member said I said 10%, and I didn't say that, so I'm not sure where she got the figure from. But I just would reiterate, I mean, Sony's a pretty big company, and I would suspect that Sony doesn't go anywhere in the world where they would get up to 58% of their labor costs paid for through tax credits. I think that's fairly substantial. It's actually more support than any other industry in the province gets. It's actually 3 times more than what any other industry in the province gets. So I think Sony's the size of Sony itself to know that they could qualify for 58% of their labor costs is fairly significant.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. And I think the Minister maybe missed the point of my question. Because, yes, Sony could go anywhere. And why does it choose to go to the Okanagan? Because of a tax credit, Why would it choose to leave the Okanagan? Because of a tax credit. The film industry is, I'm not here arguing against film tax credits. In fact, just the opposite. I'm arguing for them. And I'm arguing for the one that specifically allows or incents companies to do business within the Okanagan and on the island. Why? Because they are disadvantaged. They are disadvantaged outside of the Lower Mainland. And just to, the point of the minister, and these are all being CC'd to her as well. So, whether it's, I used Sony, but I could have used Yeti Farm. And Yeti Farm is famous for Pete the Cat and Hotel Transylvania. But Yeti Farms has a bricks and mortar right downtown with a beautiful sign on the side of this, of that building. I could have used Bardell, who has a beautiful bricks and mortar space downtown as well. John Summerland has also written a letter of appeal to the minister to consider this too small of a tax credit that has a significant impact on the animation studios in the Okanagan and within Vancouver. And just to the minister's point, so, okay, if Sony leaves the Okanagan because there's no real advantage for them anymore and they go to the Lower Mainland. I have a letter that was also addressed to the minister as well as the Minister of Jobs and Environment, I'm back on my own estimates, but Economic Development and Innovation. And this one is actually from a studio that hasn't come to the Okanagan yet. And this one is actually written and is talking about they've had a small office and they were actually, they had an eye to establishing a fully staffed studio in Kelowna as their production service business grows. We hope to tap into BC's talent pool and eventually employ 60 to 120 people in the region over the next years. They wouldn't come without the BC tax credit that this minister is actually eliminating. And stated as such, what would be the advantage to them coming to the Okanagan? So given the animation industry's substantial contribution to the Okanagan, the island, particularly through the bricks and mortar studios in regions like ours, can the minister detail the expected impact of these changes on our economic health?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The member referred to it being a disadvantage to having to move to the Kelowna area in the Okanagan. I don't think anybody that moves or lives in the Okanagan region would think of that as a disadvantage. And I think the advantage would be that they still qualify for 58% of tax credits for their company. They still get the Dave credit. They still get the other credits. It's interesting when we look at the total, credit that the member's talking about, it's 166 million, but when only 1% of that is affected by this tax, which is, the member says, well, it's not much. So yes, it's not much, but it is enough to make a difference. And so they're still getting 164 million just specifically for this industry, for this specifically to the animated productions industry. They still qualify for all the tax credits that BC gives, which is significant, 3 times any other industry gets. We know companies do move to BC specifically for that. We know companies have moved to Kelowna specifically for those tax credits, so they are still getting, up to 58% in tax credits.
Member.
Thank you. And just to clarify, the Kelowna and the Okanagan is an amazing, amazing place to live. But also, just to the minister's comment about it being a small amount, I was actually paraphrasing and using the minister's words on that small amount. That small amount is actually a massive amount to the companies that are located in the Okanagan. Otherwise, there wouldn't be letters being written by every major animation studio, every the industry representatives, as well as the schools. The minister will have a new letter on her desk later on today from one of our schools that actually trains these animation animators. And I think that the minister might be missing one of the points, and that is that to actually have an industry reach critical mass, there often are incentives that are given. Even within the film industry, if we look at it broadly, there are incentives given to help keep that film industry competitive and advantage those that want to come to BC so that we can have the economic benefit. Oftentimes, these tax credits are given to areas that need that stimulus, and that stimulus is being taken away from the Okanagan and the island. And really, the minister's retort or answer back each time has been to draw my attention to the overall tax credits. But the incentive to actually go to the Okanagan or Vancouver Island is what I'm focused on and is what we are missing in this aspect. So what I'm hearing back from the minister then is that the minister hasn't done the analysis to actually understand what the economic impact is going to be to the Okanagan or to Vancouver Island with the lack of this tax credit or this tax credit expiring. Is that what the minister is saying?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we did do the economic analysis, and as I said before, it's difficult to share that information because of taxpayer confidentiality. The change is small overall, so it would have a fairly small effect. The opinion of the ministry is the change isn't significant enough to actually change the industry, because the industry is still getting significant tax credits. This original tax credit was started in the days when people didn't work from home. It was started when you had to load up trucks with lights and all of the equipment you need to go out into the interior to film a movie. You had to pay union contracts, living out allowances, so food, accommodations, transportation to get everybody where they were going. And people just didn't work from home. Everybody went to where they worked from. So that's what the initial tax was for. It wasn't never meant to encourage people to move permanently to another area. It was meant to help people cover costs, but getting people out into the other parts of the province. And we believe it has done that. And at the same time, it continues to give significant tax credits to these companies. I mean, I run a small business. I'd love to get 58% of my labor paid. You don't see that happen very often. I mean, that's 3 times more than any other industry gets tax credits for. So I believe that there's an incredible opportunity, regardless of where they go, with the existing tax benefits that they get. And the industry gets, as I said, the DAVE credits. They're the only ones that get that. And it's been a significant contribution to help them, to make sure that they provide the services they want to provide. And I feel that people move to areas because they want to live in those areas. I would hope people would like to stay in the Okanagan because that's where they're based of, and that the fact that they still get 58% of their wages through a tax credit, I think would also help to keep them there.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And just to follow up on the minister's comments about, the original intention of the tax credit, there was considerable thought back in those mid 2010 to, I think the actual tax credit was brought in about 2014, but the purpose of it actually, and the enforcement, was to ensure bricks and mortar, was to ensure that these animation studios had a physical presence, that it wasn't just them using remote workers, but that it was actually the bricks and mortar. Did the minister ever consider just shutting down the loophole aspect of a remote worker, despite the fact that the government has now touted that 50% of its workforce is remote work, but we won't get into that. But did the minister ever consider just shutting down the remote work aspect and only doing bricks and mortar that were outside of the Lower Mainland, thus incenting animation studios to really invest in the communities of the Okanagan and the island?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I want to give a bit of a history. The original tax was introduced in 1998 and regional, and in 2008 there was a bonus 6% for distant. The minister at the Times had said this was for live productions. I think the member is referring to changes that were made in 2016 to close a loophole. The changes are made with 1 day of notice. We're actually giving a post over 3 months of notice. And we did look at whether or not to carve out remote work, as the member has suggested, whether that could be done. But due to the nature of this industry, that would be really practically impossible to audit. They also don't have to submit their claims for 18 months from the time that they actually use them to remember whether someone was working at home or working on site. Would be difficult. So for that, there was a number of rationale, but it would just prove to be really difficult.
Member.
Well, as the government is a big proponent of remote work for its own workforce, I was simply suggesting that the minister could potentially look at only studios, regardless of where their workers work, but the studios that would have brick and mortar. That's a very easy thing to audit. We're talking about 4 studios within the Okanagan that would have that capacity. The minister herself acknowledged it's a very small amount of both studios and tax credit that comes to those workers, but those studios. But the impact to those studios is massive. The impact actually allows for them to win contracts over other studios and actually facilitate the industry within our community. So with that in mind, and with it not being very difficult to audit, would the minister consider looking at closing down the loophole of just remote workers working anywhere and look at bricks and mortar animation studios that are located in the Okanagan or the island?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I think we've canvassed this fairly thoroughly. So I don't think that this tax credit removal will have a significant impact on the industry. They are still getting 58% of tax credit on their wages. I believe that I've been fairly upfront with my answers to the member and have answered all of her concerns.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the impact of cutting the distant and regional tax credit can be actually the difference between a project staying in Canada or going to an animation service provider that's overseas, or to a more tax advantaged province like Nova Scotia or Ontario or Quebec, who all offer more tax credits than what we do, despite the minister's protest to the otherwise. And this is especially true for North American and European clients, where extreme budget sensitivity on preschool or other television animation programming, where brick and mortar animation studios located in these regions and distant locations have been able to compete successfully with overseas studios due to the enhanced regional and distant tax credit. The regional incentives provided for these animation studios, as we've canvassed, is only 1%. Of the total amount that's given, but to the local economy, to the local studios, to the local animators, that's a massive difference. So with the proposed changes to this regional and distant location tax credit, what measures will the minister take to ensure that our regions do not lose their competitive edge, leading to a loss of talent and possibly economic downturn?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome. So the member raised other jurisdictions, and we do have the information on other jurisdictions. Our tax credit is labor-based, while other jurisdictions will base their credits off of the production costs. Despite this, we still pay out more than any other Canadian jurisdiction across the country. We actually have the next biggest program in North America. The only area, the jurisdiction that pays more than us is Georgia. So we even pay more than California. We pay more than all jurisdictions in Canada. We pay 941 annual costs, $1 million. Ontario's is 817. Quebec is 463. So we pay more than any other jurisdiction in Canada. And I think that's why companies come here. Companies come for that 58% tax credit. Companies come to be able to access this. And when you look at the per capita, I mean, we only have 5 million people and we are the highest in Canada. We also only have 5 million people, and we're the highest in the United States. I mean, California has 39 million people, and they pay 571 million out in total. So I think if you're going to talk about other jurisdictions, people get good bang for their buck when they come to BC. They get a good tax credit. And for the most part, I think when we hear from people, the studios, they're doing quite well. And we just have to watch, what are they called? Niece watches them. Hallmark movies. Every one just about is filmed in BC. They're a favorite of my niece. I reach out to you, Mandy, give you a kudos. She loves Hallmark movies, and they're great. I've watched them with her, and the majority of them are in BC. You just have to look at that after the end of every. I do look when I said we have to go right till the end of the reel, honey, because I want to see if it was done in BC. And she can tell me because she knows all the places where they're filmed. So I wanted the member to know that. So we don't think it'll have a significant impact again, and we will continue to provide 58% tax credits to the studios.
Member.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just need, by word of clarification, the numbers that the minister was just reading out, not the per capita, but the numbers before, that was the total tax credit that was given, like the aggregated total of, so is that in millions, I'm assuming?
Minister.
It's for 2023, and it's in millions. Yep.
Member.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the clarification. The minister is kind of mixing a couple of different things, and I just want to clarify, because the tax credit that's being removed is actually only on animation studios and not on the live. So the Hallmark movies, which the minister made note of, actually the vast majority of them are filmed in the Okanagan. Why? Because there's an advantage to doing so. The minister only removed the tax credit on distant and remote for animation studios. Could the minister just explain why?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of the credit is to help offset additional labor costs under union contracts and to incentivize physical film production outside of the Vancouver area. It was meant to spread this production spending throughout the province by offsetting the additional costs faced by production companies when filming outside Vancouver. They have to haul all their gear up there, pay for expenses to have employees up there. It was not to further support employers who let their staff work from home or to provide subsidies for companies that don't face those additional costs. They don't face the having to move things to other parts of the province. They don't face having the transportation costs, the living out allowances. They don't face those costs. That's what the original intent was for.
Member.
Thank you very much. Though the minister has indicated that this is a very small amount, 1% of the total tax credits that are given to the entirety of the industry, this amount is very large for those animation studios that are located inside of the Okanagan, whose only main competitive advantage is that they have and can offer this additional tax credit. It allows them to be competitive on a global stage because they are up against Italy. They are up against companies that are outside of Canada's borders. The minister has attempted to explain to me why it actually is inconsequential, and they'll still be eligible for tax credits that everyone else within the province is eligible for. But I have drawn her attention to letters like from John Summerland, the Okanagan Film Commissioner. And to quote from his letter that the minister has received, he says, and I quote, "The exclusion of animation productions from regional tax credits jeopardizes these businesses' sustainability and undermines our progress." And he's referencing progress of the industry as a whole. Copernicus Studios says, and I quote, "This expansion is now very much impacted by the proposed changes to the tax credit and subsequently in doubt." That's another 100 jobs. The brief that was given to the minister, that's actually from the new owner of Artists Animation Studio, he actually says, and I quote, "Why this will severely impact studios like mine," and he goes on for 3 pages. He says, "UBC Kelowna and Okanagan College have partnered with our industry in Kelowna to support and build excellence in their animation curriculum." We have another letter actually from CATO, the Center for Arts and Technology, that describes how, and I quote from their letter, "Many of our students come from our school to our school from remote rural areas of British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. Most often, they choose to attend school in Kelowna because moving here is less daunting and financially more viable than moving to a big city like Vancouver. But additionally, they are compelled to enroll in our school because of the historic ability to place them in a smaller local studios like Artist Animation Studio, Monster Puppy, and the satellite studio of Bardell Entertainment." But I think that Rick says it the best, and I'll quote him here. "Eventually, the loss of talents and projects will likely force us to exit Kelowna permanently." So while this might be a very small amount of taxation, very small as the government runs an $8 billion deficit, it is very large to the animation studios that are located in the Okanagan and on the island. My hopefully close to last question is, given the potential repercussions, including the decimation of local regional studios and the adverse effects on jobs and economic activity in our region, what alternative measures or strategies will be considered to support the animation industry while addressing concerns
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to clarify, just so that the member, make sure that we both are on the same wavelength here. The 1% that I'm talking about, the 1% of credit amounts claimed that's only claimed by the animation industry. That is not 1% of the total amount of the tax credits. It's only the animation industry. And I think that the member herself has already talked about the competitive advantages of living in Kelowna for students, but also for the industry. It's a cheaper cost of living, a smaller community, people want to be there. People move to Kelowna because they want to be there. So, I mean, she's already identified what the competitive advantage is for those industries. Besides, they also still get 58% tax cuts to pay for their tax credits, to pay for their labor. Again, I don't know any other industry in BC that gets 58% credit to pay for their labor.
Member.
Thank you so much, Chair. And just for the minister's information, it's actually not less expensive to live in Kelowna. Many things are more expensive. Things like we don't have the same transit opportunities that you would have if you lived in a downtown core of Vancouver. Our rental rates are almost identical. The average housing prices are very similar. So while Vancouver might be number one, well, Kelowna still ranks above Langley or Burnaby on the rental rates and on all of the housing prices. So it certainly isn't. And what I can say is that this tax credit has gone an incredible way to actually create and sustain an industry that now is threatened and could be in jeopardy by something that the minister acknowledged was really an inconsequential and small amount within the overall incentives. So with that, I will conclude, and I just thank so much both the minister and all of the staff here today for taking the time to answer my questions.
Shall Clause 84 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 85 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 86 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 87 pass? So ordered.
My next question's on 137.
Okay, thank you. So where are we?
To 136.
Where are we though? 87 or 88?
87, just say 87 to 136.
Okay. Shall Clause 6 pass? Aye. So ordered. On Clause 137, recognizing the member from, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll see you back here at 3:30. committee back to order. And on clause 137, recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you. So this is adding substantial penalties for failing to file a return under the Motor Fuel Act, this section. Can the minister elaborate on what mischief this penalty is intended to correct?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and got added some new staff here. Brian Murata, the Director of Consumption Tax, Alex Nagelbach, Director of Revenue Division, and Amanda Engel, Strategic Advisor, Tax Policy Branch. And this is just, it increases administrative efficiency and compliance with the Act, the reason for the change, and it harmonizes with other tax statutes, which have the same penalty for same contraventions, so the Employer Health Tax, Logging Tax Act, Insurance Premium Tax Act. And this would apply to repeated failures, so it would be, they'd have to have 2 instances of failure to can't read my writing. Failure to submit the tax, right? Failure to return the file. Okay, failure to file the return.
Member.
Was there anything to indicate to the ministry that there's been a surge in non-compliant fuel sales that would have led to any of these changes?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. No, this is just to harmonize with other taxes.
Member.
So none of these changes have anything to do with the changes over the last couple of years around the calculation of how much gas can be trucked in from Alberta versus pipeline in terms of triggering the fuel standard requirements?
Minister.
No.
Member.
Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, shall clause 137 pass? So ordered. Shall clause 138 pass? So ordered. Shall clause 139 pass? So ordered. Shall clause 140 pass? So ordered. Shall clause 141 pass? So ordered. Shall clause 142 pass? Did I miss 141?
We're good.
Okay, so shall clause
42.
142 to 204, 203 pass? So ordered on clause 204. Member.
Thank you, and I'm assuming we're going to need staff change out again? Okay. So this clause adds definitions of infrastructure and software as a service, IaaS and SaaS. They cover cloud computing and/or storage, and captures SaaS/IaaS in PST under the definition of software. Kind of a two-part question. What is the overall intent in layman's terms? I'm not a IT expert, so that would be appreciated. So what is the intent behind this section, and was the software as a service previously not captured by the definitions?
Minister.
So I'll explain the words that were used that the member was unsure about. So infrastructure as a service is a cloud computing product that allows a person to purchase remote computer resources on demand. The cloud computing provider owns and manages the physical infrastructure, for example, servers, while the purchaser has access to computational services such as processing capacity or electronic storage. For PST purposes, infrastructure as a service also includes computational services that are not billed or invoiced or an on-demand basis, such as remote electronic storage billed in a predetermined amount, for example, per terabyte. And software as a service is a cloud computing product that allows purchasers to access software remotely. Generally, the software is managed and maintained by the cloud computing provider on physical equipment like servers. The cloud computing provider operates, manages, and maintains. The purchaser does not download the software to their device, but rather accesses the software remotely using their electronic device through a web browser. These changes were required to clarify the application of PST to sales on software. They ensure that the definition of software to which the PST is applied matches the scope of how the PST on sales of software has been administered since 2013. All changes are retroactive to April 1st, 2013, the date the PST was re-implemented. In March of 2023, government lost a court case regarding the application of PST to sales of software, specifically to certain cloud computing and software-related support services. The ministry has administered the PST as applying to these services since the PST was re-implemented in 2013. The court case undermined this tax application and increased the likelihood other businesses would challenge the province's application of PST to sales of software.
Member.
Perfect. I thought it was a gigabyte, not a terabyte, so I'm glad that got cleared up. But in all seriousness, in terms of the retroactivity to 2013, so how does that look then for the government to either make corrections positively or negatively with anyone that may have been impacted, or the provincial treasury that may be impacted from 2013 till now?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A long day already, right? So what this does is it just creates a level playing field. And people were already following the advice of the tax department to pay, so there's no impact. And in, when this court case, the decision was released in June when it was released in June of 2023, the ministry made sure that people knew that this was coming, so it's not a surprise to anyone. Unfortunately, there's no additional funds for the Treasury. It's really just a clarifying measure.
Shall Clause 204 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 205 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 206 pass? Oh. Shall 206 to 250 pass? So ordered. On clause 251, Minister.
Okay, Honorable Chair, I move the amendment to section 251, standing in my name on the orders of the day.
Members, we have an amendment to clause 251, and okay. Does the minister have anything more to say on clause 251 amendment?
This amendment is intended to amend Clause 251C of Bill 3 so that it refers to the director in one instance in the new subsection 5.2 rather than the administrator. The correct term under the Tobacco Tax Act is director rather than administrator.
Seeing no further questions, the question is the amendment to clause 251. Shall the amendment pass? Aye. The amendment is carried. Shall clause 251 as amended pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 252 to 281 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall the title pass? Aye. So ordered. Thank you, members. Recognizing the minister.
I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete with amendment.
Members, you've heard the question. Shall the bill pass with amendment? Aye. So ordered. This committee now stands adjourned. I call Committee of Supply, Section A to order. We're meeting today to consider the budget estimates of the Ministry of Labor. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Vote number 38, resolve that sum not exceeding $25,407,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of Ministry of Labor and Ministry Operations.
Minister, do you have any opening remarks?
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. Before I start, I'd like to introduce that there are a number of people from my ministry here to assist us find some answers for some of the tough questions coming from across the way, I think. Trevor Hughes is my deputy minister here. Lori Hararchuk, assistant deputy minister right behind me. And Brian Urquhart, assistant deputy minister, EFO Chedai, right here. Michael Tanner, executive director, labor policy legislation, right here. Then we have folks from WCB. Todd McDonald, head of prevention services, works at BC, is here. Mark Hayward, head of assessments and finance, CFO, works at BC. David Young, head of claims and rehabilitation services, works at BC. They're all here to assist us. And I want to thank them for helping the ministry, day in, day out, to deal with some of the very, very important issues that the ministry stay on over the years. So before we get into the Q&A about estimates, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say if you like to make an opening remark here. I think I must start by saying that we are a pretty small ministry in terms of staff and budget, but I can assure you and tell you that the impact of what we do is mighty. That's the way it should be. And when you think about it, for many people, as much as about 40% of their time is spent around work. 40%. That's a lot. And so we want to make sure that this ministry, we make sure that the workers are treated fairly, that they go home safely, and the way they came to work in the morning, go home in the same shape or better at the end of their shift. That is our goal, and I want to make sure that the workers are workplaces are safest in the country here in our province. That's why our priority always is that's the priority of all the people that work with me in our ministry, helping people. That's what the main goal is here. That's what the main purpose is here. We're helping the lowest paid workers in this province. When we came to power in Reform Government 2017, minimum wage in our province was one of the lowest in the country. And through gradual, predictable increases, come June, it will be $17.40, highest of all provinces. And that's the way it has been in the last couple of years, highest of all provinces, the minimum wage, because this is one way of lifting people out of poverty so that they could also enjoy and take benefits of our growing economy. Again, it's all about helping people. We want to make sure that the workplaces are healthy. And we brought in 5 paid sick days so that the workers are not forced to make a decision when they're sick to stay home, lose wages, or go home sick, or go to work sick. That's not the choices the workers should be able to make. We brought in 5 paid days so that they can take care of their health and their loved ones at the same time. We brought in 5 paid days for domestic and sexual violence survivors. Again, that is a very, very important, helping people. This is some of the most difficult time that the survivors go through. They need to make arrangements for their children's schooling, finding a new place to live, banking system, all that stuff that happens during that time. And the last thing they should worry about is losing wages when they need time to make all those arrangements. So we brought in 5 paid days for those workers as well, because That's what it's all about when we talk about helping people. We made an enhancement to workers' health and safety, including requiring training and certification for those who work in asbestos industry. Madam Speaker, even the last year's numbers, astonishing. They are like I believe it is a 40+ workers lost their lives because they had exposure to asbestos a number of years ago, and that shouldn't be. Now they all will be trained, certified, and now they will know what the dangers are when they're handling asbestos. They know how to protect themselves. So we are, so that we are leading the country in that. We're the only province. And then you take a look at, workers do get injured at workplaces. They become ill at workplaces. But then we want to make sure that they are treated with respect and dignity when they are navigating very complex WCB claim system. So through Bill 41, we brought in a number of changes. We are now indexing their disability pension to full CPI. It used to be CPI -1. And the impact of that, it may not sound that bad, but impact is enormous on those people who are on that income. When we were developing this legislation, there was some research done. Someone who was awarded $3,000 disability pension when the changes were brought in 2002, 2003, Madam Speaker, if they were enjoying a full CPI indexing, that pension should be about $4,700 today. But because of CPI -1, it's about $3,900. So they're losing $700, $800 month by month by month. And it's not their fault that they got injured. They have a permanent disability. And the historic compromise was that if a worker is injured at workplace, they will be looked after. Their health and care, their families. But that is putting them behind month after month after month, because they give up their right, on the other hand, to sue employers. It was supposed to be a win-win situation, but in these kind of cases, government of the day made a decision, and I think it left a devastating impact on many of them. We established a Fair Practice Commissioner, so that if the claimant feel that the system is not fair, either individually or as a system, now this Fair Practices Commissioner can investigate those complaints and systemic unfairness, and then they will be reporting back to the WCB board at the end of the year, so that changes can be made. We established legal duty for employer to reemploy injured workers and to support their return to work needs. It's just a common sense, Madam Speaker. We didn't have that in this province. Other provinces did. We have also expansion to independent health professionals to assist in deciding in appeals. Again, it's a common sense thing. It's a logical thing to do, because the workers, physicians sometimes say one thing, and the WCB physicians say quite the opposite. So there was a dispute. Now they will have access to an independent medical examination, so that the unfairness and sometimes people feel unbiased decision, so that we can take care of that. We have now interest to be paid on compensation benefits that have been owing for over 180 days. It wasn't available to them at before we brought these changes in. And then also increasing compensation for non-traumatic hearing loss, so that WCB can set a higher cap, which is consistent with the evolving science. And again, we were one of the lowest one in the country. Finally, amendments explicitly prohibiting employer from trying to suppress a worker's claim. That should never happen. Now that is against the law. So that again is real help for working people, Honorable Chair. And I also want to say that now making sure that the workers have the tools to help themselves, specifically their constitutional right to association. That's why we brought in single-step certification, so the workers can exercise their right under the Constitution, right to association, without any impediments and roadblocks that were thrown in by many by the governments before us. And my friend from Chilliwack called it card check, which is great. And so now they would have a right to bargain collectively good wages and benefits and health and safety. We brought in successorship in many areas where, contract flipping now is the day of the past. We have seen in some establishment where within short number of years, you see number of contractors come in, and even though the workers may have decided to join a union, have a collective agreement, the collective agreement, their seniority, all the benefits are gone because the new contract comes in, bring their own employees, these employees have to reorganize again. That's not fair. So now, regardless of who the contractor is, if they have a collective agreement, they have seniority rights and wages and benefits in that collective agreement, they will stay with them, so as the employees as a work. So that is, again, a matter of helping people and matter of fairness. So I want to say this is just a small list, Madam Speaker, and there could be a long list, and it could be it could take a long time for me to go through all of that. Now, certainly that is work, and I want to thank so many people out there who help us advocate on the workers' behalf. It wasn't just the government or the Minister of Labor or just my colleagues here. Of course, they're passionate about these rights. They're passionate about helping people. But it was so many people out there working on the ground, day in, day out. Go pack up their lunch kits in the morning, go to work, and look out for each other, and work collectively, many times individually, and earn their wages, work hard, come home, take their kids to games, bring them back home, cook, sleep, and start the day all over again. They pay their fair share. They obey the law. These are the people that were left behind for 16 years, and we have we are still a lot of catching up to do. But I want to thank all those workers who advocated on their behalf, who said it's been too much one-sided government, and so we are trying to bring the balance back in workers' lives. So I just want to also say there's a lot more work need to be done still, Madam Speaker. We have achieved a lot in a short period that we were in government, a lot more to be done, and I welcome my colleague across the way, any question that he may have about our ministry for what we have done in last year. But again, it makes me to stand here, be proud, because we can say that we put people, we put worker at center when we develop these policies. And I want to thank those workers for advocating and educating us what are real needs of those people. And so, Madam Speaker, with that, I will open up and ask my critic if they have any questions.
And I recognize the member for Shuswap.
Thank
If
you
you would
very
like to make any opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Certainly happy to undertake some inquiry with the Minister with respect to the Ministry of Labour. I want to welcome his staff to the House. I'll have just a few questions on the Ministry in general, and then we'll likely move in and spend quite a bit of time initially with WorkSafe BC. So just to get started, through your Honourable Chair, to the Minister, can the Minister just provide a bit of an overview on budget increases for his main operating ministry in the last 2 years, and the number of FTEs? Have we seen an increase, or is it pretty stable?
Minister.
Honorable Chair, budget, Minister of Labor's budget 24-25 is $25,407,000, which is an increase of 3.9 million from 23-24. 23-24 budget was 21,489,000. And when you talk about FTEs, that was sufficient for us to fund additional 40 FTEs. And so, yeah, that's, I think that's the answer to the question that the member asked.
Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I appreciate the increase of 40, just what the actual number of FTEs are. And also, if you could just clarify, with the operating budget, does that include, I'm assuming WorkSafe BC is a separate crown that's outside of that, but would this also include the Employment Standards Branch? So if the Minister could maybe just provide a bit of context on exactly which areas of his responsibility are covered under the numbers that he's provided.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just one clarification, the 40 FTEs that I gave earlier, that is a combination of last year and this year. The additional 40 that we talked about. So what are the departments under our ministry? Employment Standard Branch, Workers Advisors, Employers Advisors, WCB Appeal Tribunal, Forestry Worker Program, Legislation Policy, and Labor Board.
No, Labor Board is
no.
this.
Not that. Okay, and the total FTEs are 393.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and just so I'm clear, so the number of FTEs in this current fiscal going forward is 393, and that's an increase of 40 over the last 2 years, or, okay, over the last 2 years. Great. Thank you very much. And if you, through your Honorable Chair to the Minister, can the Minister also confirm just how many employees are actually in the Employment Standards Branch?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Prior to funding lift, the FTEs at the Employment Standard Branch was 142. And now the funding allow us to hire and build it up to 182.
Member.
Thank you. So the current number of FTEs in ESB, through Honorable Chair, is 142, but the current fiscal budget will allow for the additional 40 hires to 182. Did I understand the Minister correctly?
Minister.
Yeah, they were already hired, so they are 182 now.
Member.
Great. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In the Minister's opening comments, he did comment about obviously the importance of workers' health and safety, and with specific reference to some of the legislation brought forward, the changes to asbestos as an example, and certainly a bit of a sombering number, but just wondering, through your Honourable Chair, can the Minister share with this House the number of fatalities that were experienced by workers in the last 2 years by department? And I believe that, like asbestos poisonings and deaths related or identified or as environmental exposure, I believe. So I know there's a number of different classifications. The Minister will also be familiar with some of the challenges we've had with crane collapses in the province going back to 2022 or 2021, I believe it was, when there was 5 deaths associated, and I believe we've had an additional death this year. So just looking a bit of an overview on what we've seen as far as has there been an escalation in worker-related deaths, and then what those ratings would be, or the numbers of individuals impacted by the different rate classifications.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So the number I have is for 2023, the member. So total deaths that the WCB handled or accepted claims was 175. And 91 of them were due to occupational diseases. Out of that, 48 was related to asbestos exposure, and 43 was due to other diseases, and then 84 were due to traumatic injuries. So that's the picture of those deaths that are the claims that were accepted.
Member, excuse me. Those who have devices, can you make sure that the volume is turned off? Thank you very much. Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And just through to the Minister, can the Minister provide a bit of sense on how that number has changed over the last 5 years? Are we seeing an increase? Is it stabilizing? Just to get a bit of a sense on the rate of fatalities for workers in our province.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure if the member asked for just asbestos or all breakdown. I'll give you, I have all the numbers. Okay, all. In the total occupation disease, in 2014, we had 99 deaths, 2015, 72, 2016, 86, 2017, 87, 2018, 66, 2019, 84, 2020, 88, 2021, 99, 2022, 107, and 2023, 91. When you go to the traumatic injuries, again, they fluctuate year to year, but 2014, it was 76, 15, 50, 2016, it was 58, 2017, 71, 18, 65, 19, 56, 20, 63, 21, 62, 22, 74, and 23, 84.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. With respect to, I believe the Minister referenced occupational disease, which would include exposure to asbestos. What is the obligation of employers with respect to providing a safe work environment? I know there is specific legislation that the Minister's brought forward specifically around asbestos, but with respect to other toxic chemicals and exposure, just wondering where that legislation is and which agency ultimately has responsibility for testing air quality at work sites. Is that within WorkSafe BC, or is there a separate entity that is a responsibility of the employer to attain and to achieve a set standard for air quality within facilities, whether that be a cement facility or maybe a chemical manufacturing company?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The occupational health and safety regulations through WorkSafe requires all employers to identify risks at workplaces to their workers and then take preventative measures, which include PPE. In the case of asbestos, now, due to the legislation we have, the workers must be certified through training, and employer, the contractor, must be licensed. So anyone touching asbestos must be certified. As I said in my opening, that will enable them to know what the harms of that substance that they're handling is and how to protect themselves. And also, employers' responsibility is to test for presence of those harmful particles in the air and take appropriate measures. And therefore, the PPE and the masks and coveralls and gloves, all, so what is appropriate for that particular situation. It's their responsibility under the OHNS, and most employers take that their responsibility very carefully and seriously.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I appreciate the response from the Minister. With respect to facilities, whether it's maybe exposure to silica, maybe at a cement plant, at what point is the employer allowed or able, I guess under the current regulations, to rely solely on PPE? And under what scenarios would an employer have to take additional initiatives in order to just generally improve the air quality? And I know I'm not trying to be evasive, but there was a question that was raised by a constituent recently where a WorkSafe BC investigator had indicated that because there was forklifts running in and out of a particular storage building that weren't on propane, that there was an obligation of the employer to improve the air quality in this facility, which was a considerable expense. And so I'm just trying to get a bit of a sense at what point could the employer just say, well, I'll just get my workers to wear PPE when they're running the forklifts in and out of this facility, versus the obligation of the employer to actually undertake significant expense to increase the air quality within the facility. I'm just trying to better understand who makes that determination. Is it based solely on the findings of the investigator from WorkSafe BC, or is there another standard by which the ministry looks to in order to make those determinations?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There's a hierarchy of system in place. The first requirement is to remove the danger. through engineering or policy methods. And then the PPE is the Lars of the hierarchy of orders and the steps to be taken. I think it's just common sense for anyone who's responsible for that particular area, workers' health and safety, or anybody's health and safety in that particular area, to remove the potential danger or danger that may exist there. And then if that is not practical or not able to do it, then they go to the worker and make sure the worker is protected, that they're not harmed by the environment in there. And so that's the system works now, and most cases it works. So that's, I hope that answered your question.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. It's certainly helpful. However, in this one instance that I gave reference to, the cost of compliance, of potentially engineering out the concern was considerable. And if there is a particular investigator that may have an opinion or a view on that, is it a negotiation or is there just strictly an order? If there is an order, does an employer have the opportunity to appeal? If workers are quite happy to wear PPE to provide necessary protections, does that weigh into it? Or I'm just trying to get a better understanding on who ultimately has the final decision. Quite often in this particular case, I think the air quality improvement requirement for this particular facility was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is why the proponent that approached me was incredibly concerned about the costs associated with that. And so I'm just trying to get a bit of a sense on, ultimately who does make that decision. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I must, yeah, I mean, there's always cost implication when you talk about safety improvement at workplaces. But I believe, personally, I'm sure the member will believe as well, that it should not be at the cost of the workers' health. Workers must be protected. They must come home safe and healthy at the end of their shift. That should be the guiding principle. Of course, there are rules and regulations, occupational health and safety regulations. And what I'm advised is in a situation like that, what the member described, there are certain thresholds that the WCB has established under the regulations. If they are within those thresholds, then they are in compliance. Then the local health and safety worker and the employer can work it out if PPE is required still to provide extra protection. But there are certain, there's a level of thresholds, and I'm advised, so it's a bit complicated, but the best advice is to get hold of the WCB. They are expert, they know exactly when you are in compliance, when you are not, and how at a different thresholds, what the responsibility of the employer is. So it is always good to go to the WorkSafe, and they are glad to come and help the parties to ensure that the workplace continue to operate and workers are safe and they go home safely at the end of the shift.
Member.
Thank you, Your Honorable Chair. I appreciate the extra clarification the minister's provided. And, you know, what I'm hearing is there's not a one-size-fits-all. And it does appear that there's an opportunity for some conversation with WorkSafe BC. With respect to the scenario that I presented, during a WorkSafe BC inspection, if the air quality is not within those minimum standards that have been identified and an order is placed, what is the typical process? So, you know, I'm assuming that there would be an order that would be placed on the employer to provide them a certain number of days to get the concern remedied. Every day past that, are there fines, or they're exposed, like, I'm just trying to get a bit of a sense. In this instance, there was, over a few weeks, there was some conversations back and forth, but WorkSafe BC were not happy with the approach that was being taken. And from my knowledge or my understanding is that there was fines starting to be potentially imposed. And I'm just trying to get a bit of a sense on, you know, where the air quality may not meet a set standard, the use of PPE would provide the protection for the workers while that process is going on. But is there a sense of timeline? Like, some of these undertakings may not happen overnight. If it takes a number of weeks, would there actually be, in essence, a stop work order that would be put on the applicant? Or at what point in time, I guess, would WorkSafe be able to say that, look, at the conditions that you have are serious enough that we're going to actually put a stop, I'm not sure, maybe I don't use the right term as far as a stop work order, basically closing the facility until that operator, that employer actually brought the facility into compliance. So just trying to get a bit of a sense on that.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, I think every situation is different. Can't comment on the individual case here, but I think you need to look at the workers' health and safety, and the danger to worker health and safety is the starting point. If they are above the threshold, and the workers, one scenario could be the workers are consistently working in that environment, or is it in and out? Very small exposure. So I think that what I'm advised is the WorkSafe BC work with the employer and encourage them to make improvements, considering workers' health and safety. That if there's going to be imminent danger to workers' health and safety, there could be a stop work order. So I think situations are different, but the WorkSafe BC is the best equipped to help employers to deal with those situations. Because the bottom line is worker health and safety must be protected. And yes, there are questions. You're above the threshold. Can we go to PPE directly in the meantime that we are trying to fix the problem? The situations are different in different places. So again, it's the WorkSafe BC that would be very, very helpful. They're always glad to help. Now, employers sometimes may not like what's being suggested. But again, it is about the workers' health and safety. If there's going to be an imminent danger to workers' health and safety, let's put ourselves in that situation. Our child is there. Yes, it's going to cost some dollars to the employer. Do we want our child to be in that situation where there is a risk of the person getting maybe a permanent damage caused to the body, right? So I think the situations are always different. We need to respect the workers' health and safety because there's a family waiting for them to go home to. And when the workers are thinking about their safety, they may think that this is not a safe place to work. They're not as productive. And the chance of getting injured is even higher because they are distracted now, right? So the safe workplaces, I'm sure the member will agree with me, is the happiest workplaces and more productive workplaces. So I think it's always good for workers and employer to work together. And if they have issues, the WorkSafe BC is always there to help them out. Like workers can refuse to do unsafe work under the regulations. Again, the WorkSafe BC is a resource there. Is it dangerous to that person or someone else's health? And if it's not, again, there's a hierarchy. The employer, employee, the safety committees try to figure out whether that is actually dangerous work. And if they can't resolve it, they get hold of WorkSafe BC, they come in and they resolve the situation. So I think that's worker need to have satisfaction that their health and safety is protected. And the employer also need to know that, hey, I am doing everything that I can. Is the other side pushing too much? That's where the WCB comes in.
Member.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the responses from the minister. And I think if I can surmise, it appears that at the end of the day, it's the employer's responsibility to ensure the safe working environment for their workers. I did reference earlier, Madam Chair, that also concerned about the number of crane incidents. As I know that the minister will certainly be aware of the catastrophic crane collapse in Kelowna back in, I believe it was on July 12th of 2021, which took the lives of 5 workers. And I know that there's ongoing investigations. But through your Honourable Chair, to the Minister, can the Minister share with this House, while the criminal investigation is underway, what steps has WorkSafe BC done to glean as much information as possible from that collapse in order to provide better safeguards? Sadly, I believe we also had the loss of an additional female worker earlier this year, not from a crane collapse, but a load that actually fell from a crane. And so I just want to make sure that while this investigation is underway, that the ministry has undertaken to try and learn as much as possible from that event and to put additional safeguard measures in place to ensure that we do not have a repeat incident like that tragedy in 2021.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Again, our heart goes to those members, their families, their co-workers who were involved in this very, very tragic incident. Because everyone involved in workplaces, health and safety, they deeply believe that all accidents and incidences are preventable. And when something of that nature happens, a worker doesn't come home to their family, is not only devastating to their family, which is, of course, it's a life-altering experience that they go through.
Members, if you can keep your voices down, please.
And but also it leaves their colleagues and friends in in a very traumatic situation. So my heart always goes to those who get serious injury or deaths at workplaces. Kelowna crane incident happened, as the members mentioned, and investigation. There were two parallel investigations. One was the RCMP, another one was through the Works at BC. And while those investigation was going on, you couldn't just ignore any findings around health and safety. So the Works at BC during this time were implementing the health and safety key findings to make sure that the projects are safe going forward. And also there are regulatory changes, initiatives that are underway to further enhance tower crane safety, including regulation changes in March 2023. That means that
Members, please, we're talking about some very serious topics here.
it is very serious topic that we are here engaged in, and I would ask all members to please pay attention. And it is something that that should be taken seriously. So when they are working near for example, high voltage equipment and or crane working in overlapping operating zones, to be equipped with zone limiting devices to prevent collisions. And then there's a requirement of notice of project for tower cranes. Occupational health and safety regulations, they do not currently require employer to submit a notice of project for tower crane erections, climbing, repositioning, and dismantling. A regulatory change is underway now to require employers to submit a notice of project. The notice of project means will require that the employer identify the crane activity being performed, provide crane activity work procedures specific for the workplace, and identify the qualifications of the supervisor overseeing the crane work. So erecting, dismantling, repositioning, all of that is now required to be notified to the Works at BC, so that they will see the area that I mentioned and that make sure that they have the right pieces in there, including the qualified supervisory personnel in there. So work is underway, and in the meantime also all the stakeholders are getting together to see if there are gaps in any regulations that the WCB may still need to undertake. I want to thank those who are involved in this endeavor. International Union of Operating Engineer, the BC Crane Safety, and there are employers who are the owners of cranes. I spoke to one of them during these times, and they were very concerned. So there's a meeting taking place and identifying what are the gaps so that they can make recommendations to Works at BC, and I'm sure the Works at BC will then take them to make sure that we incorporate those changes if there are gaps. Because at the end of the day, the bottom line is no worker should get injured seriously at workplaces or die at workplaces because these incidences are preventable.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I appreciate the response from the Minister. The Minister referenced a few changes that were undertaken. One, I believe, the Minister referenced in March of 2023 with a more, I think, substantive list of regulatory changes that may be forthcoming. The accident in question was in July of 2021, near 3 years ago. I certainly appreciate that the investigation would have taken some time. But I think, the general public are still left not knowing, was it that there was proper training provided by all those operators and it was just an error? Was it an error with the equipment manufacturer, the actual crane itself? Like, there's just so many questions, and I think that through you, Honourable Chair, to the Minister, certainly wouldn't want to see WorkSafe BC or the Ministry undertake anything that would maybe jeopardize those investigations, but the most important path forward would be to learn from the incidents that led to that catastrophic event in 2021 and make sure that proactive efforts are initiated or additional checks and balances. And I think the member or the Minister has referenced some of those. Through your Honourable Chair, to the Minister, can the Minister provide any more detail with respect to what those specific changes are? Why do we not see them already now updated in regulation? And I guess maybe the Minister might also be able to share, can these changes just be made in regulation without the necessity of any legislative changes? And then when might we see those actually coming forward? I'm certain that WorkSafe BC and those involved in the investigation have probably learned a lot from that catastrophic event from 2021. And I think that those working in the industry would certainly benefit, and worker safety would greatly benefit by having those initiatives and additional safeguards put in place as soon as possible.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think we canvassed this in our last question. As the investigation was continuing on and the WorkSafe BC, when they came across health and safety issues, the key findings coming out of the investigation, they were implementing. But as I said, the regulatory changes are also coming, more regulatory changes. For example, the notice of project, positioning, repositioning, dismantling, erecting those cranes now will be required. The expertise, who's qualified, and is there supervision who are qualified to oversee, this operation. Those are in the works right now, and I think if I guess it right, it is going to be in the next month or so. The board will be making that decision, and then those changes will be implemented. Those will be a requirement after that. Now, I hear, member, because as the Kelowna investigation going on, yes, we say that those key findings are being implemented, but there have been more crane incidences since that time. I mean, I believe about 4 this year. Not acceptable. And one of them ended up, a worker losing their life. So it is a serious, and WorkSafe BC is taking it seriously. BC Crane Safety is taking it seriously. IUOE, operating engineers are taking it seriously, and other stakeholders, including the crane operators, are taking it seriously. And those further discussions are taking place, because at the end of the day, I want to make sure that this industry is as safe as they can be.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I appreciate the additional information from the Minister. I'm happy to hear that those further regulatory changes are imminent, and I'm also happy to hear that the Minister has had broad consultation with both unions that might be providing a number of the different operators, and but also the companies that are actually going to be directly involved in implementing or undertaking those new regulations. I do have a question, though, that kind of stems back, and it would straddle both potentially the crane incident and as well as even other initiatives undertaken by WorkSafe BC. And this just comes to at what point in time are the findings of WorkSafe BC made public? I have seen in the WorkSafe BC monthly report out if there are any fines or that are actually levied against employers. Quite often those are highlighted and identified. But when it comes to actually incidents or involving an inspection of a facility, is that kept private between the corporation and WorkSafe BC? Is that for the public record? If there are incidences of from the point where it gets to the level of stop work order, as an example, is that then made public, and where would individuals go to actually find that information?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Works at BC inspections that are conducted, on an ongoing basis, different places are posted at those workplaces, available for workers and employer to read and digest. And some of them are actionable items in there. But the other investigations, I think member have asked, such as Kelowna investigation, they're not available right now because they don't want to influence decision that is still pending by the Crown. And once that decision is made, those reports are available. What legally, can be published, and it's upon request. People can ask for those reports.
Member.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Okay, so inspections that are conducted on a work site, those would be posted at the place of the business, but those aren't necessarily available to the general public, if I'm understanding correctly. But there also would be no penalties for an employee that might take a picture of that inspection report if they shared that publicly. Is there any obligation or privacy laws with respect to those investigative reports? And when I think about the crane collapse, I assume that there was an initial inspection. It was probably less of an inspection, more of an investigation. So there might have been nothing posted for the other employees to see with respect to it. But I'm just trying to get a bit of a sense on, what information is available both to employees within the organization, what information might be available to the general public, and there was a reference where there is a fine or a penalty imposed on a company. Those are reported out publicly, and I've seen those myself. But just trying to get a bit of a sense on how much information is kept, I guess, more confidential between maybe the employees and the employer of that company and WorkSafe BC, and at what point does that then become and made available to the general public?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So two things that are different. One is the regular inspections of a work site. I think we talked about that. They are posted on the bulletin boards at a workplace. But the investigations into serious injuries or death, they're not posted, considering the families involved, workers involved, confidentiality of many. And, but they can be available upon request. Again, the information that can be released through the freedom of information or upon request, they can be released.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I believe there's also a requirement, maybe the minister can just confirm for me, in the instance where there's I think it's referred to as a near miss. Just because somebody wasn't injured does not necessarily give the employer the opportunity to not report. And I just wanted to also find out through your Honorable Chair to the minister, in the case of an employer where there's maybe a fall from height, which could have resulted in significant injury or harm to the worker, just because the worker was not injured does not give the company the opportunity to not have to report. And in those near miss reportings, just through your Honorable Chair to the minister, are those near miss reports, those also have to be, I guess, presented or posted so that all employees can actually see that there was a near miss that actually occurred on site?
Minister.
Amazing, isn't it? Thank you, Honorable Chair. all accidents at workplaces that require medical aid are to be investigated by employer. And near misses that may have caused serious injury are also investigated. And the report is provided to the Health and Safety Committee and to the WCB.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Welcome. I appreciate the response from the Minister with respect to the near miss reporting. And although we've been speaking about a number of instances, including both, the catastrophic crane collapse and some of the significant deaths that occurred over the years associated with environmental exposures. There's one concern that we're hearing a lot about lately, and I even had a nurse in my riding reach out to me about a month ago expressing grave concern. Shared the story, entered a washroom facility. There's an individual in the washroom facility that was smoking fentanyl, got exposed, ended up having to be admitted, had to admit himself to the emergency department, and this is an exposure to, I think we would say is a very harmful and potentially, deadly chemical substance in our healthcare facilities. There's been many instances reported in the news media. Most recently, there was a memo issued by Northern Health dated from July 2023 that states patients can use substances while in hospital in their rooms. The memo also states staff do not remove personal items from the patient's room, even if there is a knife or something considered as a weapon under 4 inches long. Staff do not call RCMP to go through personal items for a patient, and do not call security to do the same. Police are only called for gunshot wounds and stabbings and related concerns. This also, I believe, certainly, I think goes back to the obligation and requirement of employers to provide protections for workers. We do know that nursing and healthcare staff have been under considerable pressure. We've canvassed over the last number of years a significant increase in mental disorder claims around healthcare providers in our province. In part due to COVID from a number of years back, which put a lot of pressure on nursing staff and those in the health services sector. Also with challenges with nursing shortages, worker fatigue, nurses having to work multiple shifts, and now over the last number of years an increasing incidence of nursing staff and hospital staff having to deal with the significant increase in drug overdoses that are presenting themselves at hospitals, which is only adding, I think, to many of the strains and stresses put on our nursing staff. And so just through your Honourable Chair to the Minister, could the Minister share with this House what role WorkSafe BC has in investigating incidents of worker exposure to deadly chemicals in healthcare settings, and what is the obligation of the employer to make every effort, undertake best efforts to prevent that exposure to their employees?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome. First of all, let me take this opportunity to thank all the nurses and other healthcare workers who are working under a very, very difficult situation, challenging times, especially last 2-3 years during COVID, and continue to provide the service to the citizens of British Columbia who need healthcare. So I say thank you to all of them. I think this issue has been canvassed quite extensively in the main chambers with the Minister of Health, as the member will know, through the question period. And I think it is, those are the positions that Ministry of Health has taken to provide the protection to the nurses, because there are incidences where there are people that they're treating do not follow the rules. And so therefore put our nurses and other healthcare workers and other patients at risk. But generally speaking, I can tell you, all employers in BC are legally obligated to protect health and safety of their workers, period. End of the story. And this includes also protecting workers from exposure to any harmful substance, including smoke of any kind. And Works at BC take this very seriously. Employer must take steps to protect their workers from exposure to even secondhand smoke. And this includes conducting a risk assessment, implementing control to reduce identified risks. And then also there are some remedies available to the workers. I think, again, acknowledging the difficult and challenging time that our healthcare workers work under, they can reach out to the WorkSafe BC. There's a helpline, and they take it seriously, and they can initiate investigation and come and help, working both employer and workers and their representatives. And the worker can contact their employer and their health and safety committee. So there are, remedies available, but again, in particular situation that the member is talking about, I think the health is the best, venue to ask those questions, because they are going through same estimates right now in the other house. I'm sure that they will be canvassed there. So the Minister of Health is the right person, but I can tell you, I take health and safety of workers very, very seriously, my ministry, and the Works at BC. And if help is needed, if they believe that their health and safety is compromised, under any circumstance, Works at BC is available to come and help.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So the Minister has indicated that WorkSafe BC, if asked by an employee body or an employee, maybe only an individual employee, would actually undertake an investigation. Through Honourable Chair, to the Minister, is the Minister aware of any investigations that have been undertaken by WorkSafe BC to look specifically into the incidence of worker exposure to toxic drugs in our healthcare facilities?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So yes, WorkSafe BC did some targeted inspections around Island Health Authority at several locations. They were initiated due to a number of reasons, but including employees contacting WorkSafe BC, and some orders were issued. And also, they entered into compliance agreements with facilities, which laid out what the Island Health Authority must do in order to be in compliance. So there are those remedies available to WorkSafe BC, and this type of work goes on. Again, I just want to say, because of shortage of healthcare workers, because of overcrowding, populations with different background and issues come to healthcare facilities, and the nurses that carry the doctors and other healthcare professionals provide excellent service to them. And I just want to say thank you to them. And but there are some other mechanisms available if patients or someone break the rules and expose nurses and other healthcare workers to put them in harmful situations.
Member.
Thank you very much, through you, Honourable Chair, to the Minister. I appreciate the response. With respect to the targeted inspections, were the targeted, through you, Honourable Chair, to the Minister, can the Minister share, were those targeted inspections or their reports, the Minister referenced that at the conclusion of those inspections there was a compliance agreement. Was a compliance agreement made available to all employees of the facility? And I guess in addition to that, were any of the reports either posted or otherwise made available to staff, just so all employees would be working in that set facility would have been aware of the investigations that were undertaken? If there is a compliance agreement, what would that look like? And if there's been any fines at all imposed upon the employer for repeated instances, where we're certainly hearing in the news media where although there's instances that some may say are outside of the employer's control, others may say they're well within the employer's control, and workers are continually being exposed to toxic, harmful drugs, and where there's a lack of compliance from an employer repeatedly. I'm just wondering if there's been any fines levied against the employer in any of these instances.
Minister.
I'm advised that the inspections and orders were to be posted at the work sites, and also the compliance and or the agreements, compliance agreement, I'm sorry, is to be provided to occupational health and safety of that operation. And if there's none exist, then it is required to be posted on the bulletin board.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. And I'm happy that the Minister's referenced the work that was undertaken at Island Health. A recent news article by Vancouver Sun stated that they had recently learned that WorkSafe BC has inspected several of the Island Health hospitals following complaints of nurses and healthcare staff being exposed to illicit drug smoke. Through Honourable Chair to the Minister, could the Minister explain how many claims from nurses have been filed across BC? If worker exposure that might have undertaken at healthcare facilities, is that reported out in a manner where the Minister or WorkSafe BC would be able to actually identify the accumulation of all of those? Just trying to get a bit of a sense on how they would be reported, those worker exposures to toxic drug chemicals. And again, if the Minister is able to share how many complaints have been filed over the last number of years.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Last year, 2023, we have some data. So 36 healthcare workers, which include nurses, had time loss claims accepted for exposure to a number of exposures that include tobacco, medications, or even drugs. And 14 of these workers were nurses.
Member.
Thank you. And through Honourable Chair to the Minister, in the year prior to 2023?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have a 5-year total data, which was 117 healthcare workers, and their claims were accepted for exposure to, again, number of exposures, including tobacco, medications, and drugs.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. But specifically in the year 2022, I'm just trying to get a bit of a sense on if we've seen an escalation over this last 2 years. The Minister did reference there was 36 exposures in 2023, of which 14 were nurses. Just looking for a similar number for fiscal 2022, if that's possible.
Minister.
We could get those numbers individual years, but the total 117 also include the last year's 36. So if you minus 36 from 117, for the previous 4 years, it would be something like 81.
Member.
That's all I have.
Great. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yeah, I'd appreciate it if the minister would be able to provide that detail. I think we'll be carrying on tomorrow, so if we could provide that tomorrow, that'd be fantastic. In the minister's response, indicated that that those were time loss claims. Is the minister able to share how many claims or how many complaints were actually levied by healthcare workers with respect to exposure to toxic chemicals? I appreciate there may have only been a small subset that were actually approved for time loss incidents, but just trying to get a sense on how frequent, what the number of complaints that were actually lodged or made.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have the claim data available here, but don't have complaints that comes on a helpline or otherwise. Don't have that kind of detailed information here.
Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Through you to the minister, is that data tracked, complaints that are coming in by industry sector? Is that something the minister might be able to retrieve?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm advised it'll take a lot of work. They do track complaints that comes their way by industry. And you know, to break it down to sub-sector of an industry, of a sector, it'll require a lot of work. And so we will try to get that for the member as soon as that is available.
Member.
Great. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It's good to know that that data is being tracked. Maybe through your Honorable Chair to the Minister, if the Minister could even provide the number of complaints that are received, say, over the last 4 years by industry sector, I think that would also be very valuable information to have. With respect to the investigations, the targeted inspections, I guess, or investigations that WorkSafe BC undertook, can the Minister share specifically how many targeted inspections were undertaken by WorkSafe BC staff? How many actually resulted in what the Minister referred to as a compliance agreement? And also, if the Minister can share, maybe broadly speaking, were there consistencies with respect to the compliance agreements? And is the Minister able to share what those compliance agreements looked like, and what were the findings, and what were the undertakings that were required of their employer in those instances?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The people that I have here from Works at BC, I'm advised that they don't have that detail of data available here. But the member, we will try to get whatever the member is asking here to see what's available out there.
Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So maybe just what I was hoping that the ministry can provide is how many targeted inspections were undertaken, say in the last 24 months, of healthcare facilities, with specific reference to complaints levied by healthcare workers associated with the exposure to toxic drugs. The minister had referenced that in instances, I'm not sure in all, but looking for how many compliance agreements. Is there one compliance agreement that might be in place for all the facilities in a single health authority? Is it an individual compliance agreement that would be undertaken with each facility? And just to get a bit of a sense on what is within a compliance and agreement, and also maybe the minister might be able to provide some clarity now with respect to the difference between a compliance agreement and an order. I'm not very familiar with compliance agreements, so maybe the minister can share just a little bit about what that looks like. Quite often, if there's an employer that is failing to meet the health and safety standards as required of them, provide a safe environment for their workers, WorkSafe BC has the ability of just putting a specific order in place. But I'm just trying to understand the difference between when an order would be used and when a compliance agreement would be put in place.
Minister.
Thank you. I'm advised that order and compliance agreement are both orders, but they're both used to motivate the employer to become in compliance with the health and safety regulations. Order sometimes comes with penalty, but if the employer is motivated, then there's a compliance agreement which sets out what needs to be done and the timelines. And so I think it's used where workers' health is not in imminent danger. I mean, that's one of the reasons that it could be used, but it's just the two different ways to motivate the employer to be in compliance of if there was non-compliant areas at a workplace.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I appreciate the response from the Minister with respect to the number of compliance agreements. Is the Minister able to share, is there just one compliance agreement that was issued for the entire Northern Health Region or Island Health Region, or are they done on a specific site basis? And again, just what the number of compliance orders may be. And maybe also, Honourable Chair, if the Minister could provide some context, I appreciate that if there's a willingness of the employer to make incremental change to reduce the exposure of workers, what would be the appropriate time frame? Is that a matter of weeks for the employer to come into compliance, or could the Minister also maybe shed some light onto what kind of time frame might be associated with the compliance orders that are in place? And I guess because these compliance orders were put in place with respect to a public facility, are those available for the public record? Would the Minister be able to share one or a number of the compliance orders, just to give British Columbians a bit of a sense of the work that the employer is having to undertake to provide those necessary protections for workers?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So it's pretty deep dive into how this system works. I'm advised that if there's imminent danger to workers' health, then the compliance agreement do not enter into. Then it's immediate action needed to be taken. Then orders are issued. And but if they, through their inspections, find some gaps where non-compliance is occurred, then through the compliance agreement, they will be identified and timeline given for them to address those areas.
Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Specifically, I was looking for a bit of a sense on these non-compliance or these compliance agreements. What would be the appropriate timeline for an organization or employer to put the necessary policies and safeguards in place in order to provide those protections for workers? Is that 2 weeks? Is that 2 months? What would be the typical time frame that we would see? And the other question that I had through Honorable Chair to the Minister, is the Minister able to provide copies or share with this House what the compliance agreements actually entailed? What were the findings? What are the efforts that the employers haven't undertaken to provide those necessary safeguards for their workers? I would assume that if it's posted and available for employees to see and healthcare workers, and if it is deemed to be also in a public healthcare facility, that would be information that WorkSafe BC and the Minister would be happy to share with this House.
Minister noting the hour.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So Act only specify that it has to be timeline, and but no specific timeline mentioned in the Act. So I will leave that to the inspectors who conduct those investigations and enter into a compliance agreement with any employer based on the seriousness, I imagine, of the situation and how serious the gaps are. But again, like I said, if there is imminent danger to workers' health and safety, then they don't go through the compliant agreement. Then there's an order issued, and the danger is immediately removed. That is so. Also, yeah, member is right. Those, if there is a compliance agreement, and they are posted at their work sites, available for workers and employers to view. So, Honorable Chair, noting the hour, I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Question is that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again. Those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, members. This committee stands adjourned.